Hello, happy Monday. Trish, Esper, Soul Samurai, Santi, Easy, AZABC, Horns Fan, Ron. I have done new April Fool's videos. I've done a couple of April Fool's videos before. I might do another one next year. Trayla, Huey, Yuzuki, Lupin, congratulations on your break. Patchface, MK, Antagonist? Oh. Sorry, I realized my camera wasn't on. Antagonist, I always appreciate your 7 a.m. dedication. I'm glad to be your alarm clock. I got my blood taken at the hospital and my arm still hurts? Oh. Hope you recover, smoothly, Trish. Sorry to hear that. I just got my flu shot and a COVID booster. Same day. I am completely shot up. Hey, Kurtman. Hope you enjoy your lurk. I need to schedule a trip to the optometrist. I just went as well. Yeah, I'm totally fine. I got the, thank you for the concern. I got the flu shot and the booster shot Saturday evening. So, like, 4 p.m., 5 p.m. Saturday. And I was fine for stream yesterday. I feel fine today. My arms are a tiny bit sore. That's about it. And I am, coincidentally, I'm also getting new glasses. Anti-reflecting glasses. So whenever you see the light come off my glasses, that won't be a factor when I get my new ones. But that won't be for a couple weeks, at least. Hey, Nick. Umineko, Esper says, Umineko's as creepy as Higurashi? Oh, very interesting. I've never played Higurashi. I have watched the anime, though. Hope you enjoy. So yes, welcoming, guys. Sorry, my glasses are a little marked up. Welcome in. I'm super excited, as I am every Monday for a Great Ace Attorney, but, I mean, we've had one intermission for this trial. So that tells me we've made an okay amount of progress, at least the introductory bit. And I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility to finish it today. Well, I'm going to try. I'm going to try my best. The Great Ace streamer has returned. Thank you, Platinum. My vision. My vision's 2.5, antagonist. That's my prescription. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna have focus on Herlock. I don't really know how it's gonna come together, but I'm very excited to find out, and, oh, great taste, Trish. Totally something we both have control over. 2.5 is the best prescription. But yeah, let's get started. So we did the summation examination. Yeah, Governor. I did, Gov, I did. Oops, sorry, one sec. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Sorry, I'm just fixing something on my phone here. There we go. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Core, blimey! This is gonna be hard work. What's up, Jamun? Cliff Notes recap from last episode? Oh, God. Herlock Sholmes was pretty badly injured and needing an operation, but it seems like he's up and about and conferring with Susato about something, as Susato is having to go back to her homeland because her father's sick. There's something weird going on over there. We got some really good character stuff for Iris. Iris is our right-hand girl, I guess, with Susato being gone. And we're trying to solve what happened here with Windibank's murder. Gina's being framed for it. We're trying to acquit her. And we're talking to these two who were in the place beforehand, I believe, and likely had something to do with... They weren't the murderers, I'm sure, but likely had something to do with the whole incident. And we're trying to We're trying to get some truth from them. Sorry, I lost steam on that Cliff Note summary once we got to the the witnesses here. But I'm sure it'll help. I'm sure it'll get better in a second. But the things I'm most interested in is Herlock and Susato and what's going on with them. And also, Mr. McGill did, I don't know, some fishy shit is going on with him, and there's Egbert, too. So, I don't know. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. It was Bedlam. Okay. McGill did. However, that was a lie. McGill did, Patchface, but very close. That's actually a funny coincidence. Oh no, yeah, the curse of the assistants antagonist. You brothers! God blimey! On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. You never did nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? They're good. You will now give formal testimony again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. King. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov, we hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Hey, Propingist. Add another glass to the count? I'll take a drink every time they do that. Or every time, Van Zeeks does that. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshots, so you made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lummy, it didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out of the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it in Scarpard, straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We didn't have a chance, did we? Okay. It's going really well, Propingist. I had a great stream yesterday. Very much looking forward to this stuff today. I've got lovely company, as always. So, going very well. Going very well. Perfect, Horns fan. So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tied it up, yeah. His patience. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. Damn, you think I might not be able to do it this stream? Crap. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. This must be a hell of a long trial. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? They are cute. It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibanks that night. There is more to their testimony than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. Gregson kills me. Okay. So, I'm curious about this one when we heard the gunshot. That's fine. Maybe this one. I think definitely the second and fifth ones are the ones I'm curious about. Do the first again? Yeah, let's try this. So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, oh, it shocked us one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, right? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. Big bruv here screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over loads of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. They got tangled in some marionette, Wood knocked over a picture frame, Wood knocked them scales on the floor. You've really mastered working quietly then. What a racket. Me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, whoa. What? It was quiet. It was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam? You hungry? You hungry, my dude? How's it going, NL? How's it going, NL? Welcome in. Okay, you got something? Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add to their testimony? Or add about their testimony? You seemed to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Sorry about the mouse. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night, and the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Uh-oh. I love the jiggles on the brother's cheek. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Ringo. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still, I can't help feeling that you might have been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details you have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Okay. This is new, I think. Give me that gun. Okay, so is this whole thing new? Okay, it wasn't this. The second and third ones are new, I think. We heard a voice yell out, "Give me that gun." Windibank was holding a gun, so he should have fired instead of yelling at the girl. Was he holding a gun? Girl? There's a couple things here that could be wrong. No. No. Autopsy? No. Floor plan? No. These two, some of the best witnesses in the game. They're a riot so far. How's it going, Weaver? Well, she had the gun there. Oh, wait. Wario and Waluigi. Last week of last, and then I can tune in for the whole stream. Welcome in, Nora. We'll see where we are next stream, next week. Whether we'll still be doing this game or the second one. But either way, I'm hyped. Have a good last week, last stretch. The bloke that owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
The second game has been funded, yes. You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands? Okay. Yeah, he did have a revolver, but he didn't have one in his hands at his body. To protect the articles, he'd put a bullet in someone's head. That someone being himself, of course. Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night, only the person he was going to shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. I bet he wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Gimme that gun." Why would he say, "Gimme that gun" if he had a trigger? Or if he had one... Wait. Oh, no, I think I get it. And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time. I don't think he had a gun. That was beautiful. A beautiful enactment, though. A career in acting very tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck before everything went dead quiet. After that, okay, we tidied the place up. Okay, so I think I can present the crime scene. Either the crime scene photo... What time was the death? Okay, that's far... So, and this was 1 a.m. I think this is the one. Because he didn't have a gun. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description. You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right. There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Look at this presentation. Thank you, antagonist, for gifting a sub to Esper. Thank you very much. Very much appreciate it. Enjoy that, Esper. Thank you very much, antagonist. Yeah, that mole tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Okay. That kind of thing. No, but that's not right. He was shot in the back, was he not? Yep, he was shot in the back. That can't have been it. Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Right here. The same thing, I guess? I'm nervous about doing the same one, so maybe autopsy report. Single bullet wound from the back, yeah.
Take that!
No, that's wrong! Love Makoto. According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. Thank you for the follow, a good guy. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Oh, if any mods could or know how, if follower-only mode is on, could you turn it off? I don't remember if I turned it off. As I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. Oh, it is off? Okay, perfect. Thanks, Trish. Oh yeah, these damn jurors. But it's God on his roof. It is Nash. It is when he was shot that night. The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun. The music cues, beautiful. Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, this is beautiful. Order! Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. But the thing is, I weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witnesses would be the death... that false witness would be the death of you? What? Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what he'll do to us. Oh my god. He? Who are they talking about? McGilded? It's McGilded. It's McGilded. A sip from your hallowed chalice every time these two let something slip out? Here we go. Or Egbert. It's probably Egbert. It's probably Egbert. Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Bro, come on, the game's up. But he'll have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. The McGilded is real, I'm telling you. I'm holding on to that. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Fourth time's the charm? Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door in the back room, into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. Okay. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah, sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. Are we ever going to get a case where the witness just tells the truth? Sorry about that. I thought my controller was connected well. No. I don't think so. Van Zieks really contrasts a lot of the prosecutors from the original trilogy. He does not give you a feeling that he cares about winning or losing a trial. Like, he's only focused on punishing the criminals instead. I really enjoy his character. Me too. You know, like, it's very different. Thanks for the honesty, AJ. You're correct. Yeah, I didn't think so. Contempt of court isn't real in Ace Attorney. It really isn't. No, I like Van Zieks a lot in that way as well. A weirdly interesting sadistic streak that I really enjoy. We got nothing to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it, the moment I've been waiting for. He's honorable except for the racism. Very true. Okay. Nothing really struck me as something I really wanted to press. I guess this one? Only Ace Attorney could make me enjoy a racist. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? No, never. I was just, you know, looking out for my bruv, wasn't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. True. He said that. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. Oh my god. Also, he's so hot, it's unfair? True, that's true as well. And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it? That's it. He shoved me away, then ran through that door. Oh, there's something about this that doesn't quite ring true. Really? I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun. Yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again? I have no idea, but it's strange, isn't it? I can't even voice act them, Astro Jellyfish. I can't even attempt. This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note. Okay. The point is, me and me bruv here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and me bruv here. I don't really know what to aim at the moment. What's the There's an inconsistency with him running into the shop or storeroom door.
Hold it!
You said you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all. Nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We knew it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade. It would appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have shot Mr. Windibank? Yeah? I don't know who. There could have been. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. This trial will be hysterical with voice acting. I can voice act accents, but not those ones. I just can't do those ones at all. You guys have heard me do French. You guys have heard me do attempts at German. Some other British accents. Irish. But I can't do this one. What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face-to-face that night, I would love Cockney AJ. I'll work into it, maybe. Which say you would suit Gregson? Someone very deep and gruff. The course of this trial changed completely. Don't forget Texan AJ? Oh, I could never forget. Your Irish accent was amazing, thank you. I'm gonna be able to use it again, Soul Samurai. When Magilda comes back. It did. What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. Yeah, but how are we going to explain this? Your Canadian accent is on point? Thank you. Are we carrying a katana in the courtroom? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely we are. How's it going, Josa? Dune Alien, how are you? You have a whole other game to get into the Cockney? Perfect. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? So it has to do with the layout? Counsel, you must provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood. Oh, you are right, Runo. Oh boy, this is not good. I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court this plan, on this plan, the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. Okay. So, if you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Okay. So he ran into the storeroom, and he was shot in the back. So they must have been along here. And if these guys didn't see anyone else, they must have been hidden behind the counter? Like, I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. He threw the lad over the counter, right? Yeah, I think he threw him over that way. Like, over it on top? I don't know. Let's try it. Can I save? Yeah, I'm just checking the date I last played. Just don't worry about that, guys. Okay.
Take that!
Oh god, they put a person there. The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, oh? Where was the victim? Like, here? What's the date the last time that you played? December 5th. December 5th, right on the money. Okay. I guess, like, he was just, like, right by the... either in the doorway or right by the entrance. Because I think his body's, like, right around here. Court record? Can I... let me see. So let's just go like this.
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Oh. Ooh. The music cue? Van Zeeks is acknowledging us. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. The music cue with the strings. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that his body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the courtroom. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him. Then he... yeah, exactly. If he ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Okay, true. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Wait, the brothers? No. Wait. I'm not saying that. No. Ryu, chill. I don't think it was them. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of the coroner. Rising diagonal trajectory. Oh no, Ringo. Oh, Ringo. Oh dear. Someone shorter than himself. Poor man, shot while he was running away as fast as he could to safety. Of course, in seriousness, it wasn't Ringo or Nash, I'm pretty sure. He could have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. Yeah, Ryu, stop bullying them. They're fine. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. Here comes. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Welcome back, Jamun. No, I don't, Jamun. I really enjoy playing this game, so naturally I want to play it as much as possible. But the stream experience, to me, is a huge part of the enjoyment of the game. So I can't say I'm really tempted. Can only one person lock a door? You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there was someone else who could have locked the door. Gina, isn't it? Is that so? Very well then, present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, although that might implicate her. Does that implicate her? Who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? It has to be Gina. Like, that's the only person it could be, but... Who, like... I think it has to be her. There's no one else there.
Take that!
Oh, she was just hiding from armed robbers? True? Yeah, that's true. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Nora just said it. Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? That's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. She was holding it for self-defense? Maybe. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Oh, it's okay, Nora. Don't worry about it. Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, Iris is about to say it. Yeah, I would have locked the door. I mean... They just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, no worries, Nora. They said it right away anyway. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was just inside the storeroom. What would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the courtroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. So it's Gina, but the OGs remember the days of Regina. They do, antagonist. The OGs will never forget Regina. In order to save her own life. It's the Canadian in me. It's the Canadian. But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Oh yeah, because he fired at Herlock, right? Before my own eyes, you shot Herlock Sholmes. These guys are a disaster. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. But it wasn't them. I believe. They're covering for him. Why would you say Regina like that? Because there's a... oh, you mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? That's Canadian pronunciation. I would have known it was those three brothers. I missed what they said. That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll give a verdict of not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. They're so fucked up over there in Canada? Absolutely. You don't want to be Canadian. I dare say. Such chicanery? Oh my god. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pedophagy here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, credibly cannot, and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. Stop being dramatic and tell me the flaw. Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets... When Ryu said what? I was like, same. Oh, why George count bullets? Oh dear, he noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Oh no. Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first which hit the victim in the back, ending his life, and the second which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock-Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier. Yeah. It struck the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. We get it, you're British. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Van Zeek's really trying to use all of his words of the days at once. I respect it. I respect it. Indeed it does, a single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friends. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock-Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet was fired from the brothers, from the brothers' gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means... I was like, what does that sound? Windibank was not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nopponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Detective. Something like that, Esper. Order! What the hell? Look at this dude. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeeks! But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused Miss Gina Lestrade is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as juvenile, or as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. Atsumu Core Van Zeeks for real? Hell yeah! How's it going, Hannah? Hello. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. You're right in time for Van Zeeks doing Van Zeeks things. That disc. I'll be taking that, whatever it is. Okay, down to the yard, right. Yeah, how did he get this? I'm sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence. Okay. Right. That music box disc, McGilded's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her, and with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. He really, this guy's a human thesaurus. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. They are antagonist. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. As a grim... Lord Van Zeeks, Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed upon that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What? What's all this about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Extremely oratory, extremely based. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed. Bailiff! Okay. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. What's going on here? There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. You gotta drop the mic there. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runa. My lord? I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up until now, truth be told, but all of a sudden... The answer's bally obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh, god damn it. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Summation examination time? Let me at him. Let me at him. I can do it. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Van Zeeks? A Herlock Sholmes fan? Hold up. The lore here? Van Zeeks a Herlock Sholmes fan. How dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. It's the heads. I love the head slam. That's literally a Sherlock Holmes quote. IRL? I think someone said that in a previous stream. He's a closeted fan like Edgeworth. Hell yeah. I'm glad AJ isn't making a Van Zeeks video. I feel he'd get too in touch with his character and have to bring a dictionary to the video. No different from my usual videos. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing I'm absolutely certain of. She didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with a summation examination of the day. Second of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garadev Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. AJ would have to break 30 chalices if he made a video about Van Zeeks. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Okay, thinking cap. Big brain. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. Okay. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say that the whole case is done and dusted. Okay. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. Not much to do with error. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. What are you talking about, sir? The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am a ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Okay. Have you ever cosplayed? I have not. I think cosplaying is awesome, but I have not. It would seem there's little remaining room for doubt. Have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in the black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. Let's hope that this bloke did not operate on Shomes. Oh my god, I really hope so. It's not fair. Iris, that prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity interesting choice of words. Fruity vintage, while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. The gay energy and Ace Attorney, I swear. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed. Allow yourself to enjoy it, bro. You're the only one throwing it away. Yes, my lord. Fruity coming out? Oh, true. Coming out as well. Okay. I don't think there's much there. There might be something with juror number 2. There's not much for 3 either, I don't think. 4 is just whack. I'm thinking 2. We might be able to pit 2 against someone. I might want to press 5 and 4. This could be important too. So I think 6 and 2 are important. 4 and 5 seem important as, or like 4. Like he might just say something random because the last summation examination I pressed him and he just went off with some really important information. Let's try that.
Hold it!
Hey Offie, welcome in. What's up? Peak attorney time indeed. Summation examination? Amazing music? I'm living. Speaking of fruity, time for Ryu's fruity hip sway. I feel that you need to be a little whack to be able to operate on people. I almost pass out when doctors take some blood from me. Some might argue that. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it is nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? Oh! Wait. No, never mind. I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... Oh. Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord, it was that Hairlock fellow! The music! You're the surgeon who operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see, that fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. Oh, he's so dead. He is so dead. I opened him up like a shot? What did he say? Oh my god. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb. Oh no. And I couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to state the obvious, but yes, surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct. As is clearly shown in his photographic prints, the bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. Did anyone explain why the anesthesia wasn't working? I don't think so. Yeah, it's over. R.I.P. Sholmes. It's over. And no wonder it wasn't working true. Who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all? What? What's going on? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards, which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as to how this jury was put together. Oh, wait. Ballistics expert? Where's an expert when you need one? Okay, first of all... Damn it! Antagonist beat me to it. Okay, here we go. We're pitting them against each other. Oops. You and you.
Objection.
I use opium for copium, my dear fellow. Oh my god. These, okay. A ballistics expert. Pitting P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers, but since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, beautiful walking, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Vilain. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen weirdly similar situation in Motherland. Ooh. It was night, there was blizzard. I was running away at a mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Is this raising any red flags to any of you guys? What did Ryunosuke say after his objection? I don't remember. The same thing he always says. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, okay. I thought it was the same thing. That's clever. That's clever. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell in the snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then, where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why'd you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. Shrapnel? Oh no, not shrapnel. What? One small piece. Oh, shrapnel. Broke away from the lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. Oh, ice shrapnel. I see. And that is solution of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not looking at exactly we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? According to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may. Lord Van Zieks, I'm his biggest fan. While I realize it was forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wounds. Thank goodness, I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it's been in my safekeeping along with all the other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it had not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand that the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. This is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded. So that night, the bullet from the Skulkins brothers struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch, and it was the glass file exploding that caused the injury. This bullet did not penetrate Victim, but it was deflected into a wall of shop. Alright, I get it. Throw it? A delightfully complex aroma. Van Zieks is such a fan that he wanted to keep the pouch for himself. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm getting the vibes. Van Zieks is truly the GOAT. Helping us along. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Herlock Sholmes but a kangaroo? So yes, the surgeon sliced him open for no reason. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case, does it though? The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Okay. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Actually, this might be important. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Okay. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. Okay. Now the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Why are you being mean? Please, my lord. A little more time. After all, there's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryu. There's still a way to turn this around somehow. I'm sure of it. Thank you, Offie Burger. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community. If you just got one, please say thank you to Offie. And enjoy your lack of ads and badges and emotes. Thank you so much, Offie Burger. I really appreciate it. The last puppet history, surgery in 1800s, was wild. I guess it was. I keep applying real world standards to it. Thank you so much, Offie. I hope you I hope you are enjoying the streams. Oh, this is it, isn't it? We've already funded the Great Ace Attorney 2, though. So what do those go to? Well, they were... Cool. Glad you've been enjoying. Okay, I don't know who... Excuse me. The logical conclusion would be to go to juror number 2. Because we've solved the bullet issue. But I don't know if we can maybe press her against 4? Or let's just press her in general. Phantom Troop? Perfect. Thank you again. Thank you so much. It's a number of bullets that you can... It's a number of bullets that has you convinced? Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count as table settings. Well, that's logical. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? Antagonist, you should have access to the doc. You should be able to edit it. You can try it out, up to you. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'll have to consider my position. Thank you so much for the Prime resub. 2150. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 months. Really appreciate the continued support. Thank you. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha, Antagonist. Okay, I was just worried that the axis didn't work properly. A 3rd bullet. I can prove it. Oh shit. That's... Well, we just got the pouch, right? Let me examine it first. I haven't examined it. It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap's broken. Look, this must be where the bullet hit. Let me see. I'm never going to be able to replicate that sound. What the... Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was, do you see it? Ah, that's the Skulkin Brothers bullet! What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. That's an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired. We found exactly what that juror was talking about. That was PKJ. The 3rd bullet! It's time to press that juror again, I think. Do we have to press her? I think we can just present this.
Take that!
Here it is. Look at his smirk. Little do you people know, I literally just found this. Why did Van Zieks not examine the pouch, though? He was too busy imbuing himself with Herlock Sholmes' aura. You know, he's a fanboy. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Oh. On the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
Hold it. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside the pouch. What? The ultimate fanboy? The ultimate fanboy. That explains it. This pouch was removed. The lore is gathering. My theory is becoming true. This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, your lordship, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. My theory is that, Propinkus, my theory was that Van Zieks is the ultimate Herlock Sholmes fanboy. God damn this controller. Sorry. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. Van Zieks is in tsundere love with Herlock? I said Hairlock. Herlock? Absolutely. The ultimate soon. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. That would be awesome, Jellyfish. Three bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered at the crime scene. Oh, shit. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Raw. Oh, did you see that? Look at him. Look at this dramatic loser. Look at him. Oh. While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. Van Zieks is amazing. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter, what? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Well, damn. Welcome back. Who else do we know has a gun and has reason to be at Windibanks? Witnesses. Governor! Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps McGill did. Perhaps we can dispense with a tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing. What do you say? Nothing of nothing, if I can help it. Is it one of yours? Gord blimey, Gov, gord blimey, not a chance. Oh, sorry for that accent. That was horrible. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone, except when you're implicating Gregson. It's just the two of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky? Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? That's an head scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. Third bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened. My lord, I think it's clear that what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. The first one. Secret accomplice. McGoated? Hell yeah. He's gonna be such a great character when he comes back. He's gonna be such a great character. On that night at Windibank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. Sorry. The witnesses are very clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present carrying a gun.
Objection!
Will we have a nickname for Van Zieks? Zeke? Don't use that, that's horrible. An accomplice, you say? McGill did a top 100 antagonist? He could be. Pig swell. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there's been not a murmur of a third man, if this apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Oh my god. Firstly, proof evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Zeke Van Jaeger. Van Zieks, I think you have a drinking problem. Objection! Well, counsel? I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is... I think I know who it is. I think it's Egbert. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers for the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. Egbert is precious and would never hurt anyone? Well, I just want to see his beautiful face, that's all. In that case, Counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. Okay, what was the proof that there was actually a third intruder? No, not this one. Oh, let me check this. You're a good-looking guy, Offie. Unknown blood. Green. Mason. Windibank. So we assumed this was Herlock. But was it not? I assumed this was Herlock, but I guess it's not. Okay, I think it's this one.
Take that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio. Big brain AJ moment? I'm known to have them once in a while. Great Peak Attorney? Hell yeah, Andres. I hope your Monday's going beautifully. It was Von Karma! By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific! You claim one of these blood samples proves the presence of a third intruder. Which one is it? Well, it's not this guy, and it's not Windibank, because he was one of the... Yeah, so it's green.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of its calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain? Of an alien? Green blood, curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? No, that's just you. It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective. New invention? Stop. Not yet appeared in story. Stop. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. They're fangirling slash boying. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts to the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Exactly, Nora. Different elements in people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. Van Ziegs' blood is probably black. Probably, certainly. It's certainly black. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. A striking blue, so beautiful. So you see the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that someone was shot in the main part of the shop. Hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? The Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. They could be hiding them, but they're not. It's a very dark purple. Ooh, beautiful. What is my favorite Bloodborne boss? What do you think it is? Because I know what it is. To me, there's only one answer, though there are a couple that come close. I'm curious what you think it is.
Objection!
You got it. First try. First try, Offie. I'm a normie. What can I say? Lady Maria's close. Gehrman's close. The music for Gehrman's, oh my god. It makes me weep. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. Oh, Mikolash. I forgot Mikolash. Mikolash top 0. Grant us eyes. What's your Elden Beast take? Overhated, for sure. Ah, yes, because a broken, bloody calendar with a bullet in it would just be left there if it was unrelated. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friends. Who is this alleged third intruder? Mr. Egbert. Egbert Benedict.
Take that!
Yeah, the only reason Orphan of Kos... But Orphan of Kos has a lot of really good subtext. It isn't quite as powerful narratively for me as Lady Maria or Gehrman. Those are the main two I think of. But it's definitely one of my favorite battles. That fight, I really enjoyed it. The man's name is Egbert Benedict. Do you agree with the theory that the Elden Beast boss was supposed to be a fight on your horse but got removed for some reason? I didn't know about that theory. I could see how being on your horse would make it would work for sure. I could see that for sure. But I'd have to think about it more to see if I agree with it. God, I can't wait to Elden Ring one day. Me too. I can't wait to watch you Elden Ring one day. You're gonna enjoy it so much. There are a couple of bosses that are very Hanacore. The entire court. His name is what? Who are you talking about, Cancel? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Let's try a different port, and if not, we can just switch to mouse. Alright. We got a new port. Who on earth are you talking about, Council? The noise isn't bad? I'm glad. It just annoys me when it interrupts the stream every half hour or whatever. Oh, I could totally see that, Offie. I could totally see that. It's definitely one of my favorite. What does a Hanacore boss mean? Vibes. And also the type of character. Is it the controller's fault or the PC? It's the controller. I meant to bring a new wire from home. Or from my parents' house. I've left a couple of PS4 controller wires there, but forgot. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert... I've been saying Egbert. It's Egbert Benedict. Then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Dark Souls 3 boss. I have the definition of AJ Core down antagonist. I've explained it before. It's essentially very traditionally unlikable characters who are often aristocratic or pompous, but mean well. Like Heart of Gold pompous characters. Like, for example, Herlock is a perfect example of that. And then, like, in general, from a broader perspective, characters that have classically unlikable traits, but they manifest in narratively very powerful, profound, interesting, or engaging, or emotional ways. Washijo, Poof, those are a couple of really good examples. Griffith. Make a video on Age of Core? I don't think many people would be too interested in that. Plus, it would be like 2 minutes. Oh my god, okay. Controller's coming out. Controller's coming out. We're mouse and keyboarding. Poochie? We shall see. Pariston? That's a good one. Souls games, and I'll riot if Bloodborne isn't number 1. Top 5 Souls games. Sorry, I still have to answer Offie's question about my favorite Dark Souls 3 boss, but while I'm thinking, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 1. And the only other two I played are Dark Souls 2 and Demon Souls. So I guess Dark Souls 2. I haven't played Sekiro. Poochie's cool. I like Poochie. Gale, Offie Burger. I still have to play Sekiro. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? I love characters with a dramatic flair, but I wouldn't say they're a subset of AJ Core as much as just a characteristic I love in characters. But yes, I do love very dramatic characters. That's why I love a certain dramatic Asian. How's it going, Edar? Okay, yeah. And someone said earlier, I think Propinka said? Eggert is peak AJ Core? Hell yeah, I can't wait. Oh yeah, I forgot this damn pose. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbinses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. And you claim that this man is the brother's accomplice. Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? I've never seen the geezer before. All my life, love. Gov. I said love. All my life, never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. Oh, no worries, Offie. I'm always delighted to talk about FromSoft, Soulsborne. I mean, and these streams are very chill. I have no problems shifting the topic away from the game for a bit. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Can I prove it? I can. Oh, wait, because we need to prove that it's his blood, right? Right now it's unknown. Show us the evidence. Oh, Big Brain AJ is in gear. Big Brain AJ is in big-time gear. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm gonna drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then? Yes, my lord. Do you ever plan to make Umineko content? I'm gonna make one Umineko video, which will go on my second channel, which has been funded from Patreon. Okay. So, Big Brain AJ, where is it? Where is it? So, this one. Can we spray on this? Look, this is blood. Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but it's definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. It's my time to shine. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc. Can we get this done quickly? In a flash. Green? Give me green. Give me green. That's what I love to see. That's what I love to see. A lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? All right. So the blood samples. Cold take, but the Umineko OST is so good. The Umineko OST is in the conversation for my favorite OST. AJ, do you have a My Hero Academia new drama hot take? I haven't read the chapter, but people are clowning on Horikoshi for Ochiko stuff. I don't have the context, so I wish I could give a hot take, but I haven't read the chapter. All I know is that it was hilarious waking up and seeing all that stuff. I wish I could. I can quickly read the chapter right now and give a hot take. So blood samples, right?
Take that!
The mutant arc in My Hero Academia, Ron? The proof is right here in this portfolio. Good gracious, Council, does that portfolio contain the answers to every question posed? I see you share my interest in claret-colored liquids, my Nipponese friend. But... enough. The court demands to see further evidence. Honestly, Propinkus, by the end of The Great Ace Attorney 2, this soundtrack might be in the conversation for my favorite as well. Like, ever. Oh yeah, Fata Morgana's OST is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And all the Fata Morgana songs that people tend to dislike, I like them all. I like them all. Which blood sample proves the man, oh, what's the song? What's the song that everyone clowns on, but that's actually really good? What's it called? Ephemera? Is that it? I think that might be it. No, Andres. He has not been cooking. Yeah, so, Ron, I think it was fine, but so left field. Like, no build-up whatsoever, which made it extremely jarring. I've only heard bad Fata songs, unfortunately. No, that's incorrect, actually. There are no bad Fata songs. Beastar's OST? Beastars has an amazing OST. Bravely Defaults? I like Bravely Defaults. Madoka, Fate Zero. Ooh, a Kajura fan. A fellow Kajura fan. I love Kajura. Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime? What? This one?
Take that!
Pataluda? Oh, it's so good. It's really good. I had forgotten about Pataluda. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, Amori has an amazing OST. Undertale, amazing OST. You guys are spitting big time. Andres, give me one of your favorite OSTs to contradict that haven't been said. To contradict the horrible Fata slander. Give me a Zelda. The defendant attempted deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks, which is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Pokemon Emerald, oh, so based. So based. Those horns, oh. And right, he cut himself on it, right? Oh yeah, I haven't played any Halo, Dave. I'm sure it's great though. You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green, the exact color as the blood around the calendar. Made in Abyss, very good. Moshishi, Bebop, oh, great shouts. The evidence is conclusive. Samurai Champloo, oh. The man calling himself Mr. Edgar Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. Look at those two brothers now, they're sweating buckets. Oi, what do you want about it? It's boiling in here. My lord, it's the opinion of the defense that Mr. Edgar Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. Bring him here. It will certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of the law. When was the last Made in Abyss chapter? I'm not sure, I don't read the manga. Herlock Sholmes, you say? I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection or some such. Don't act like you don't know who he is. Who do you think you are, man? I've heard the name. Yeah, as if you don't have a shrine dedicated to Herlock Sholmes, you loser. You like Krabby Patties, don't you, Van Zeeks? Oh, this sequence of lines is from Van Zeeks' fully voiced in the game's extras? Oh my god, I need to hear that. I need to hear that. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land? You expect us to take you seriously. The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Ah, well... Whoa! Oh, he's here. Oh, it's all kicking off. It's all kicking off. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Where's your leg? Where'd your leg go? Is he right in Mr. Sholmes' concoction? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. He didn't spill a drop. I knew it would come to this. My leg! Of course Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over here said before. The judge? I got a cramp, my learned friend. Imagine Ryu was just like, alright, bet. Then cut himself with Cosmo's katana and made Iris shoot him to prove his blood would be a different color. Honestly? Wouldn't even be surprised. I listened to the Endwalker OST a lot, but I wouldn't name it as one of my faves. Are any of the expansions your faves, Andres? I think it's very good, Antagonist. I think One Piece's OST is very good so far. There's some bangers for sure. No? That's too bad. Bondred's theme is kind of cool. It is. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief, what did you say, young girl? And in summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? See ya, Santy. Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. Oh my god, what if Iris shot Van Zeeks' hallowed chalice and it changed colors? I would legit get chills. I would legit get chills. What if it turned... Oh no, we don't know. What if we knew Sholmes's blood's color, and it turned that color. And Sholmes was... and Sholmes was totally alright. Like, he's just totally fine. Like, what the hell? Why? Oh, Monogatari's OST is amazing. It must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. I genuinely believed Van Ziek was like a creature when I first played the Great Ace Attorney, not a human. Sholmes definitely got some rainbow-colored blood. Oh, absolutely. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you'll come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
What the hell?
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Did you like the Steins Gate OST? It's one of my favorites. That piano? Oh my god, that piano.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. You can honestly see where he's coming from. This trial will continue, which is really interesting. Ugh. Dramatic-ass loser. Gate of Steiner, oh god. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Edgar Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there that night. Oh, it kind of does, Andres. It kind of does. Yeah, exactly, Nora. Exactly. Dramatic-ass loser is such a good description of him. Could I say something? Who's speaking? Who is that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Oh. Juror number 5? What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am? Oh, it just gets better, Dave. You'll see. It just gets better and better. Umineko soundtrack is one that gets literally every new addition to the soundtrack. It just exponentially gets better. I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman was shown. Right, yes, this one? Of Mr. Benedict? Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man? I know him. Is he your brother? They have the same hair color. Good gracious! I would love to know AJ's thoughts on Jacopo. Amazing character. Not a perfect character for sure. There are some things about his character that I dislike, but overall, I think he's an amazing character. Hey AJ, you use gloves when it's cold sometimes, right? I've never had gloves that felt right for gaming or something. Do you have that issue with yours? Mine are pretty lightweight. Like, these are just like... They're quite thin, but they insulate well. They're very lightweight. They breathe decently well as well. So I've never had any issues with gaming with them. Juror number 5, how on earth? I'm a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see. The gentleman in the photograph is, stop, also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. Okay, she's not his sister. Makes sense. If I met Beatrice, I would simply submit based. Moonlit Night still reigns supreme in all Umineko music. Hannah's the biggest fan of Moonlit Night. I love it. That song's really great. And I never realized how much I enjoyed it until Hannah heard it and became the biggest fan of it. It's genuinely very beautiful. Why are you blanking out the... Oh, I see why you're blanking out the name, Offie. Very tactful of spoilers, but yes, I am. It's got the gaming OST vibes. It does. It does. It's an amazing OST. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. He's tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Very understandable, Offie. But yeah, for me, it's pretty clear in my mind who my favorite is. Not that others don't come close, but yeah. I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord? Make the necessary arrangements with all haste, as your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. He does not, Teaspoon. That's what I like. That's something I like about this game a lot. The judge is genuinely very competent, which is a nice change. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Damn, second intermission? Boom. Yo, everyone, what's your favorite visual novel? Mine's Umineko. Mine's Umineko no Naku Koro ni. Would you guys call Ace Attorney a visual novel? It's tough. It's tough because there's definitely gameplay elements. It's like Danganronpa, but like less exploration. Well, there's exploration, just less literal. There's no walking, right? I don't really know. I never know these questions. I've heard Muv-Luve's very good. I couldn't get through the first couple hours personally, but I heard it starts out not as good and then gets a lot better. Gina, how are you holding up? Praetorian visual novel? Oh. I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. He's liking the Soon. He's liking the Soon today. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go through all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? Well, you saw it, that picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that is gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night, eh? Runo's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new info, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. Oh. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? My favorite visual novel has to be Danganronpa, as I have only... Sorry, I had to die really quickly. I have never finished any other, ever. True, I guess you haven't. You're at door 8 of Fata, and chapter 2 of episode 2 of Umineko. Yeah, and you're in Danganronpa too. If people count that. What's your Doki Doki Literature Club take? Generally fine. Danganronpa 2 and 3 are very, very fun. Great characters in both of them. Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. I honestly sometimes wish that I hadn't played Danganronpa so I could stream it, because that is such a fun game to stream. I watch Hannah streams and I'm like, wow, this is awesome. I like Danganronpa, but the gameplay elements drag it down. I prefer Ace Attorney. I do prefer Ace Attorney's general trials. This is awesome equals me having a mental breakdown about a swimsuit. Yeah, fair. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down to the street to the 2-on-1, to Windibank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like, something what he don't want people reading. So that's why ooh, this is so dramatic. Lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windibank for safekeeping. Wow. At least that's what I thought at the time. Oh, this song? Wow, that's beautiful. So you broke into Windibank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea if all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? I nearly died, I did, and the next thing I knew... I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what. You're the girl who was in there this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robberies. The manuscript. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes have a load of papers with you? Or leave a load of papers with you? A story. I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I have to do with it anyway? What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here. That's all. You want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Very well then. For pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. Wow, this part of the song is so beautiful. And it was there all right, the manuscript. Sure, Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Jenny? Anyway, there was a bit of a kick-up in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arrived on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Well, I'll come with you and... Don't be foolish, young girl. Oh, that would be awesome, Propinkist. That would be really cool. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of me hands and walked back out into the shop. It's an amazing song, Lupin. I didn't realize how much I liked it until that part hit. But the strings, oh my god, they're so... The strings are weeping. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help. So I was about to go into the storeroom, or out the storeroom myself. Then... Susato might be gone, Andres, but she was cooking something. She was cooking something with Herlock. A couple of shots went off, 2, I think, almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick, as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windibank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. Let her cook? She's cooking. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. Welcome in, Rom. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windibank was a goner. I felt funny in the head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you told us? You know, when you guys were talking about, how much you guys like Gina, and I said, I like her, but, you know, I need more from her to be able to love her in the way that you guys do. She's getting better and better for sure. Gina and Susato? Gina and Susato top 2. I respect it. Where's my man Herlock? Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove was there in the afternoon? Oh, absolutely, Ron. That Eggert Benedict? I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. Hunter x Hunter parallels. Can't believe Eggert is Youppi. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet. Fair, Andres. But I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. And like Esper says, her saying this, her opening herself up like this, just that fact alone is very big for her character. You what? For her learning to trust and be vulnerable. You can all leave it in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Based MK. Mr. Nara Odo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with them. Even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it if it wasn't me who'd done it. We're gonna get Kazuma. We're gonna get Kazuma. It's gonna be emotional. I'm gonna feel pain in my heart. Oh, Runa. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Oh my gosh. What? Why'd they have to do the cue? Why'd they have to do the music cue? Oh, this song. I literally did the Van Zeek's chest pain animation. You predicted it, Propinkist. I literally did it. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Oh my god. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I have chills. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. Oh, his face is covered. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Why are they doing this to me? Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. Ace Attorney and developing characters after death, unreal. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina. I promise that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar? You're not like McGill. I know that. Eh? That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. I love this cast is so good. This cast is so good. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes, that's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Nara-Odo, I... Thank you? Oh, no. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course, thank you. Wipe those tears, Gina. Oh my god, and then the music! I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. Oh my god. Oh no. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. When they brought the full Kazuma theme, oh my, sound direction, perfect. And they were partners. All right, time to resume. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's précis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. And you know, this is annoying, but it's very understandable. Like, it makes sense. This was new science, and to be used in a court of law, It needs to go through a rigorous process to be accepted. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. It's very easy to fake for your benefit? True. Very true, Oratorio. I have Cosmo's theme stuck in my head now. Me too. Mr. Eggard Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Here we go. Thanks for the follow, Rom. Oh, he's there. What? I don't know why I was taken aback by the fact that he's there. They just said he's there. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. The most powerful witness stand in history. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly restate your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communication Station. Now perhaps someone would kindly explain what all this is about. Thank you for the follow, Chestnut. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. I adore that voice. Please keep doing it. It's perfect for him. Okay, I'll do it as long as I can. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. These two interacting? That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lords, gladly. Oh my god. I can't handle him. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present a claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. I couldn't be guilty, look at my dance moves. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. The music cue? Oh, this is so raw. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggard Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. I'm glad you like the voice. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So. What? What? Why did he do that? Why did he give us his hat? Why? Thank you, Trayla. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Okay. Okay. Certain parties, even if certain parties here present that my blood was found at the scene. Is the vague wording there just him being petty? Or are there other parties? I don't know. It's a bit vague. Oh, crap. No, I didn't mean to do it. The less he says, the less chance that he has of giving himself away. Were you wanted to wear that hat the other day? Try it on. He seems to think the more he says, the better. The foil. Ashley and Herlock. The character foil. I need to find a way of getting more info out of the man somehow. The Skulkin brothers might be the key here? Could they be somehow? Okay. Okay. Okay, I think the second and fourth ones are the ones I want to press the most, so press.
Hold it!
See ya, Nora. Yeah, Ringo gave him a side eye there. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Crap, sorry. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' Spam me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. Stop being soon. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales. Are we?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No. Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times am I going to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Blimey, governor! You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have any of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again. Oh boy. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, hell's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? You're right. Thank you for reminding me, Remoki. Well, what? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. Maybe, Oratorio. Welcome in, Sarah. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well as well. Hope the start of your week has been wonderful. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. Hey, Gokopa. I hope you've been enjoying your lurk. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Okay, never? I don't think that's true. I think we have evidence for that.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my studies.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article.
Is that right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now... I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Grigsby showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windibanks. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Oh, this is optional? Oh. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, we got this. Okay, yeah, so she's telling us to present evidence. I think we have evidence. Fifth one right here. I never had anything to do with it. Okay. Is it this one? I'm having trouble remembering who deposited what. Oh. Oh, okay. I mean, he has his blood on it. Can we just... is that the answer? Oops, back.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Ms. Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. AJ, let me know a character who on first experience you disliked, but liked more on a re-experience. That's a tough one. I'm big thinking. Silva. Hunter x Hunter. At that point, he should just have to admit that having a twin brother called Edgar Benedict. I don't know why he's missing it. That's understandable, Ramuki. Why? I don't know. I just didn't really vibe with him first time around, Andres. But I genuinely think he's very, very interesting, Silva. And I only really realized it second watch through. I don't know. I didn't buy into him. Because I was stupid. While the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon. What about you, Andres? I can imagine that might be the case for a few people, Ramuki. Although Hank gets more... Hank, like, Season 1 is quite one-note. He's pretty one-note early on. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem that I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc, from the defendant. Order. Well, Mr. Graydon? I don't know, Andres. I guess, yeah, I'm not sure. He just didn't really connect with me for some reason. I am receptive to what people like. A decent amount of the time, but other times, it does fall by the wayside a little bit. That's a great one, Andres. I'm glad you enjoy him more now. Oh, I bet that that definitely didn't help, Ramuki. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Poochie's interesting. I buy into Poochie. He's one of the more interesting JoJo characters overall for me. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say, the famous London philanthropist, who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder that Van Zieks had an interesting look at? Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Did you finish part 6? No, I didn't. I have 3 episodes left. Well, order well. I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. Low A, Andres? According to what Gina told us, this disc... Oh, wait, that's not Grayson, sorry. Graydon. This disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him, then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. I think he's going to be very raw. I have a good feeling about Graydon. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. But yeah, Ramuki, I haven't read part 7. There's a note on the... Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Okay. Alright, we'll put a pin in the McGilded part. Actually, let's press that McGilded one. How do I go back? There we go. Great in top 3? Hell yeah. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? What? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on this that reads, for McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. I don't think they care. 2 months ago, they don't give a shit. Oh dear, that is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Okay. He was taken by the police. Try this one.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Should he? Should he? Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. Fishy, what is going on? A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zieks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're going to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zieks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. Catboy Strongheart? Meow. Okay, I had no reason to break into the shop later that same night. It was 1, 4, and 5 here were the ones I was most curious about. Because he had no reason to break in. That's not true, because he needed to get back the coat, right? Do we have that? I think we have the ticket for that. A redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim to some in the form of some handwritten notes. Okay. I need to read these. So this is the box. Wait, this what? Oh yeah, wait. I think this was it, actually. Let me just double check the other one. The coat. So we've already talked about this. Okay, let me go back. What is he saying here? Okay, so we're already talking about the coat. My bad. But the fishy thing is this one. Is this box. Because I think that might be his. I don't remember exactly. Let me try it. Should I save? YOLO.
Objection!
Welcome back, Esper. Sorry. I was big thinking. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ah. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? It is good, Esper. It's very good. The context makes it better. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once an article has been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. there would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
We're in the thick of it now, the three brothers indeed. You are not the clown, you're the entire circus. I love it. Welcome back, Offie. It's going very well. I think we're getting close to the bottom of this. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you please be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? No, he can't. I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, 9 p.m. on 13th of April. Which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. Ooh, very interesting, Patchface. Please tell me Rohan made it. Now, what I have here, 2 hours before the incident, 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. Okay. Yep. And then here we have another print. This is 2 hours after the incident. Very cool, Patchface. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Oh dear. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Though I must say placing them side by side leaves me cold. We need the scope. The stereoscope. That's starting to make my head ache. Me too, Judge. Obviously at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these photographic prints, but something's been moved, and the yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box, you still can! I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. That's the best I can do, Patchface. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? No, because we need to use the stereoscope, so we have to use a piece of evidence. Oh. I assumed there was no... I assumed that was impossible, Propinkus. Damn. You don't actually need it? Crap. Okay. I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I didn't even try to look. Damn, that would have been a cool challenge. Oh, crossing my eyes? I wouldn't be able to do that. No chance. I almost passed out last time I tried to do that. I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Where is it? Right here.
Take that!
No, I can't do it, Weaver. It doesn't work for me. Yeah, it's definitely a no. Okay. Oh, juror number 3 is all up in this. You can't resist it, can you? You got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Okay. Okay, what is that? That's the box? What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location. I wonder where.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? I really would have liked to try that without it. Oh, yeah. If you look close enough, you can see that it's more on the right after 2 a.m. A single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable! Beautiful, beautiful. By Jove, you're right, how extraordinary! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilden's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. There can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilden is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Can't believe we got cheated out of cross-eyed Van Zeeks. Mindless guesswork, what if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilden's box wasn't stolen then, but doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? I believe that changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, you have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? Oh... You found cross-eyed Van Zeeks? Oh, perfect. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. Oops, sorry, one sec. I'll look into it later. We have to examine that box. And there was a smaller box inside the other box. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. This judge is so competent, it's crazy. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Dramatic, epic. What are you thinking? What are you thinking, Eggy? We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. Wow. It's not very important if they're written and presented well, Andres, but personality can give me a bigger, adherence to certain characters. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would appear to be it would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established that he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense. Sorry to hear that, Offie. I think I'm getting close to the end of Ragnarok. Excuse me. I think I'm getting towards the end of it. I'm like 17 or 18 hours in. I played a lot of it last night. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. Oh, sorry. Say one nice thing about McGilded? One thing. You know what? I'm gonna draw attention to something that's lesser, that's subtler with him. His little coin animation between the fingers with the rings, or no, I don't think it's even a coin. I don't remember. Either way, he does something with his fingers and his rings, and I really like it. Glad you enjoyed it, Weaver. How is the Ragnarok OST? It's very solid. I enjoy it. Gina's the flip between the fingers, right. Sorry, I'm thinking of McGilded's coin thing through his eye. He threw his coin in the air, and the yeah, the eye one. I really like that one. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if, I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Worse than black sails, Andres. You know, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery. Xenoblade 3 has a great OST. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that this disc or box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Runa? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain that to the court at this point... Thank you, MK. We have to acknowledge that that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny... Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out, every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant Miss Gina Lestrade to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the disc, I think? Oh, whoops. Of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing, in particular the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own? I have. I like it as well, Andres. The complexion of it has changed from, like, nervous to determined. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The one time an Ace Attorney anyone cares about perjury, yeah. When it's inconvenient for us. It's interesting how you're taken aback by the first few times when Van Zieks does his thing, but then you're used to it by the case 4 and just enjoy it. Yeah, that's habituation. The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. This reminds me that I recently took the task of documenting how the Ace Attorney games go about obfuscating their mystery plots by mixing up the order in which you learn about events. It's been fascinating. They do that, don't they? It makes it a lot more complex than it would be if it was chronological. Oops. Your witness is currently in the stand, may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. Doji, I have not seen Tokyo Godfathers. Sorry. Oh, no, you've redeemed it. Okay. You're adding it to my plan to wish. Sorry. I thought you wanted me to say something nice about it. Okay. You got it. I just gotta remember. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. Okay. I love how he does his hat thing while, despite not wearing his hat. Offie, you should have seen. You should have seen when he tossed his hat to us. That was my biggest shock of the game. Cool, cool. Any Satoshi Kon movie? They've screwed with my mind in, like, they've left me feeling uncomfortable like very few other works of fiction can, in a very good way, Andres. How does Play to Watch work? Can I add any title? And if I do, will it be played on stream? Plan to Watch is anime and manga. Or anime, just anime. So, no, it will not be played on stream. But it just means I add it to my Plan to Watch, that's all. I might watch it in the future. But it puts it on my radar. But no, it definitely won't be watched on stream. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery... we'll see, Avi Burger. It depends on the conclusion of this one. Are intimately related with the omnibus case. I would say the signs are good. The trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped us to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. True, Offie, it could. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. I expect it won't, Propincus. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. No, he didn't. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. I've already watched Sonny Boy, Rom. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Oh, why? Oh dear. Susato's being strange. Offie. Please, Miss Lestrade. It is extremely important. It seems in your anger you killed her. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago... Oh my... Why are you saying this? The Home Office will... Very good, Weaver. Will seek to prosecute you for perjury. God damn it, Van Zieks, and naturally you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. She's 15, you loser! Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side. Oh, I thought she was 15. Sorry. Alright then. I'll talk. Did you just call him a loser? I absolutely did. I've been calling Van Zieks a loser all stream. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. That's a great reaction image. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's Pond articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. I don't know, Prodigy. I don't know. Yeah, I guess she's 17, Andres. A tier list? I don't know if I should do one in between the games or after the end of 2. I'm not sure which would be better. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. Zicky. This is it then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Zieks said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. You're gonna want to do it after this game? Definitely wait until you beat the second. There's conflicting information. You'll forget a lot of the case's specific characters. Oh, no, don't. If that's your concern, don't worry about that. I have a good memory. Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the cops. That's when... You say cops? Oops. The slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Think of the Adventures finale as the mid-season finale of a TV show? Yeah, I'm not going to forget the minor characters. But I could also do one after this one. Do you watch sports French or English? English. I can't understand French super well. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court almost has no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilda's trial. But your French accent is so good, thank you. Yeah, I don't understand nearly enough French to be able to watch TV or sports in French. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. I hope so too, Pro-Pinkist. If it's impossible to do without spoilers, then I won't do it. Hey, Nora. Welcome back. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the East. They were all in it together. Yeah, that's the interesting part, what Lupin says. The ranking of the characters and how they change over time. So I think I'm leaning towards doing it twice because of that. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Nara Odo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. That was lovely from Gina. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Yeah, but I don't think any of my mods have played this game, so I might need help from someone else. Because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. I trust you guys. I trust you guys. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Nara-Odo. Now, counsel, proceed. Okay. Let's press this one.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which introduced false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing, which was... he told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Found one if others want to confirm? Cool, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Well, he was always unsure as well, Jaman. That's the thing. Mine too, Nora. It's the one I hear the most when I think of this game. You need to hide it at all times. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I liked it before the copper showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. She's put her faith in you. She'll have to face a charge of perjury once the trial's over. So So I need to use the time we have to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? What the hell's going on? What? Why are they being so sketch? That is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. Yeah, no shit. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Okay, if you guys found a really good one, could you DM it to me on either Discord or Twitter? Guys, not on the witness stand, please. Okay. Let's press... this one? There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. Oh, she said to press everything. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and Magilda got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left Magilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open, and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he testified in the trial, I believe. Right. Beppo. Nora, could you please not tell me what to do? Only if I ask. I prefer to figure it out on my own. I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. Both the one I found and the other one has some questionable choices. I'll keep looking. Okay, it's not a huge deal. If you guys can't find it, I don't want to make you guys go through a lot of trouble. But yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, so... right, okay. Wait, no. Oh, wait, okay.
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon! What? Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is this discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this... And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those 2 talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please. Okay. Okay, so I did that. I think I did 3, 4, and 5. Let's try pressing this one. I think it's just a quirk of his. Gregson isn't from Japan, I don't think. I could be wrong, though. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? The storage compartment. That's right. Okay. So you can't see nothing at all. They were talking about money. Thank you for the follow. Arianu, thank you very much. Business dealings. Sunshine is a common thing detectives say? Oh, okay. Okay.
Hold it!
I think this is the last one I have to press. That was the disc. It was right on the floor. Did it belong to the victim? I don't know, but he picked it up pretty smartish. Sorry, because this is stuff we've talked about before, I'm just trying to make sure I pay attention so there aren't any new details, which is why I'm not reading. But I'll get back to reading right after I stop pressing these. Oh, did I miss one? I thought I pressed this. I did press this. I for sure pressed this. Yeah, 100% I pressed this. I guess I missed the fourth one, maybe? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Hold it!
Ooh, perfect, Propinkist. Oh. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding about what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus, a negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over the price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, and at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, Mr. McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not? They were only going to be forfeited, why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear that Mr. McGilded is prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. That's the one to go for? Safest of the bunch? Okay, perfect. Hold on. Okay, I've got it in a tab. Thank you, guys. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. The box? Okay, perfect. I'll save that tier list. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. What kind of disc we talking about? A music box disc. Oh my gosh. Another intermission? Okay. I was thinking about taking a bathroom break. This might be a good opportunity. Oh, look at this. Epic. So this is the article in question, is it? I'll go through a bit of text and then I'll go to the bathroom really quickly. The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. On the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. I wanted to, Esper, but we'll see how long it takes. I can't do like a super long stream today. Like 7-8 hour stream. Like, that's impossible. But we'll see. This is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that it might be that might be the case. It would appear the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc. Yeah, not with that attitude. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not on McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. Okay. Well, why? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord. Good grief, what's the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
Why are you so weird? That disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property and... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Right now, Phoenix Prodigy, but I think by the end of the series, I'm gonna prefer Ryu. Play the disc! Wait. Or am I gilded? That's a message. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. Yeah, Morse code. Seconded only by Herlock playing that sorrowful lament. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. That's Morse code. What? Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. No, it's not. Broken, it can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer was sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. No! Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a clue? Yes. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can that be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon just stands there chortling victoriously, The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow, and that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music? Yes. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. It's clearly dubstep, yeah. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
It's very underground. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they're not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo, I've just examined this music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Thank you, MK. Quick crash course on Morse code, please. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if it isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. That one juror is just sitting there knowing what's going on and not saying anything? Oh, true. True. Yeah. Because this is gonna be a message from Graydon to McGilded, because he's a communications officer, and she probably knows. Could it be? Could it be that these sounds are... Something's just struck me, Runo. Is that what these sounds are? I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one this music box makes. Really? It's a familiar sound. I don't know. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking the same thing. If I'm gonna have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend present proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then, this could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial, and if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of the music box is... Okay, process of elimination. Oh crap, no. Does the music box have the same... Does this music have the same rhythm as the music box? I don't think so. I don't know. Okay, no. No. I don't think so. I don't think so. This is going to come in handy eventually. I don't think this is it, though. Today's paper. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. What? This? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice? What? There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets leaked for a 10-year-old. Ira certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nation. Oh my god! Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? FDR? What's FDR? I don't even know what that is. That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Oh, okay. I'm not used to oh crap. I'm not used to shorthanding U.S. presidents. Roosevelt, gotcha. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it would explain why Gregsy running from pillar to why is Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Holy shit! I was just going through the damn evidence. That's it, right? What does McGill did and Graydon have to do with this freaking secret being leaked? Whenever someone gives you a random object in the case record like this paper, be very afraid of what it means, yeah. Let's present it. Oh, wait, whoops.
Take that!
Oh, really, Astro Jellyfish? I learned no U.S. history. Like, such little U.S. history. I just learned lots of Canadian history and bits and pieces from, World War I and II. Today's paper council. The headline is, Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. That's interesting that they used Roosevelt for that. No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole, yeah. This is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international top 5 school subjects. I loved learning about geography, social studies. My favorite was English, so like literature. So English, geography, like social studies. Biology. And let's stick like, oh, exercise science. Exercise science. I see. Thank you, Milky. English nerd, who would have known? How is geography a class? Beats me. We learned about lots of different biomes. I've heard we're somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Oh, if gym counts, then yeah, take out, like, social studies or something. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Oh. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever's the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with the government communications and newspaper reports. Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code? This is wild. This is crazy. Order! Please, everyone, order, but this is high treason council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd expect you to know. For a sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place within the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have had to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. This is unbelievable, because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete nonsense, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while the pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
It's totally got me by surprise, Offie. I didn't expect something like this at all, but I love it. It's really cool. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. He's helping. Van Ziek's helping. That being a most flagitious offense, never seen that word before, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So, oh, you gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. But we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Return of the Kings. Okay. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. I doubt. Highly doubt. Highly, highly doubt. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon. We did, Gov, we did. Oh, there you go. For whoever was asking about Van Ziek's name, you got a couple of great explanations there. Thank you, guys. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in this monkey business? You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Okay? Okay. So, huge doubt on the fact that it's not Morse code. Was it the third one? Second one? Second one. Huge doubt.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would blatantly... It would be blatantly... Excuse me. That would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. The music box says to Mr. McGilded, or for McGilded? Something like that, Andres. Welcome back, Propinkist. I was supposed to take a bathroom break half an hour ago. He looked genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Oh, maybe he's right then. A short dot and a long dash. By combining those two in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. Wow. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound, okay, you do only hear one tone. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. Maybe the double tones are dashes? I'm thinking something like that, maybe. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris, I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. Buy Great Ace Attorney for just $40 and we'll throw in a free lesson on Morse code. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
To please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum. If it's already been established that for Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. A free lesson on stereoscopes, very true. I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Shit. Okay. Okay. Let's examine it. This is the mechanism that turns the bump on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth in the comb are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. Ooh, that would be amazing, Propinkist. The teeth are the exact same length. What does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. Okay. I've never seen a music box like it before. Guess it's strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Oh. What is it, Bruno? I have just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here it goes. Oh my gosh. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Okay. Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked, so if you had two discs, it would play back at the same time. A second movement to the underside of the box. The comb teeth are all the same length, so this movement only produces a single tone like the other one. It must do, except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. It can only play two tones. Okay. So do I present this?
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? Yeah, so it's... So I guess when they're played at the same time in sequence, they'll form Morse code, I'm assuming. The dashes will be the second disc, maybe? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I don't think so. I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court as the witness, that as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Reno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay. The judge just said, let him cook. He has no relation to the man? That might not be true. Look, all we done... Oh, well, we should examine these guys. Like this. What he told us to do. All these statements are fishy. Okay. Never let bro cook again. Okay, guys, I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom and then I'll come back and we'll continue, okay? I actually need to go, but then we'll continue the trial. Alrighty. I shall be right back. Go take a bathroom break if you need, and we'll be back soon. All right. We are back. Everyone on your best behavior. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I think I want to press statements. The statements from these two and also from Graydon. So we'll start here, I guess.
Hold it!
Hey Nanashi. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years. Years? But the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. What do you got for me? What do you got for me, Ringo?
Excuse me.
You know what? I missed the One Piece stream yesterday because I completely forgot about it, and that annoyed me so much that I think I might sub to the Patreon to watch it. Up to you, Nanashi. Totally up to you. But yeah, unfortunately, I wish I could keep them up, but no can do. If you do, I hope you enjoy it, but yeah, totally up to you. I carjacked someone during the break? God damn. Oh, sorry, what did he say? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that caused you to react. Oh, I was remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together all the way back when. Together, with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, look at him now and his fancy whistle and flute. You wouldn't add him an even. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Wow. That's interesting. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's... What? Hold up. Milverton? Milverton! Hold on. Hold on. Where's... I've read Milverton somewhere. Here? Mason Milverton. Oh shit. Thrice Fired Mason was associated with them? Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh, that's interesting choice, Andres. I hope he appreciated it. Okay. That was a corker, eh? Saving... I don't even know where I can get Lily of the Valley. Maybe it's not available in Canada. I really like how the surnames are kind of memorable, so it's a little easier to remember them. Yeah, since the beginning of Ace Attorney, that's been the case for sure. Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. It surely does. And neither does your fruit. The geezer asked us a question, didn't he? We was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Did you try looking in the valley? No, actually. Maybe I should. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yes! Add it to the testimony. My lord? Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin'. Get your fruit out, homophobic, homosexual Van Zeeks. I wouldn't have it any other way. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run. Those were the days.
Hold it!
This is fishy. What is going on? I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? I think... Oh, what happened to Gina, Andres? I guess the business name, because, I mean, that's Milverton. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did Milverton come from? Oh, right, I thought a clever... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess, you don't accept anything those two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of tomes that that one came from. Of home, excuse me. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see. Was Thrice Fire... What? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. It was his brother? Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It will be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. Random shade. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Okay. All of a sudden we seem to be up on our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, okay. All this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiations Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, his brother. If only there was some link between the two men. No, it's not watertight. Okay. 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 Ah, there we go. I have no relation to the man. Bullshit. I was here. I'm pretty sure. Let me examine just to make sure. Yep.
Objection!
Hey, Spirit Noodle. Happy Monday. How are you doing? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded... Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say... Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton is not... Is it not the case that your brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton... Oh, father. Okay, I said brother. I didn't really think about the age difference. Okay, yeah. I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history should have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. Did you see that twirl? Why do you have to twirl like that in pain? The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of the witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode that information. A lot of M names, very true, as presumably a safety measure against information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But the attempt failed. I love Van Zieg's working together with Ryu. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. Yeah, like Phoenix and Edgeworth teaming up. Exactly. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only 1 article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? A few things hit harder than prosecutor and defense attorney working together. And I hope it continues. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. I did not even notice. Oh. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. The other hit Mr. Sholmes. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Hey Carps, congratulations on finishing your exams. I'm glad you're able to have your holiday, and I'm glad you're able to come into more exams, or into more streams now. Welcome in. Very glad to hear that. Congratulations again. Fine, I admit it. Thank you, Riley. I was there on Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist, and the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you.
Hold it!
Despite being wounded, you struck a pose. What's he cooking? What are you cooking? You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What is he cooking? If he was, why wouldn't he say that in the first place? Wait, I think he just said that. Hold on. Okay, he explained that. That's a bit of a flimsy explanation. What? Are you suggesting... I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. Okay, give it to us. Give it to us. We'll contradict it easy. The possibility I had intercourse with your mother. Order. Well, it would seem that we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. New AJ sound bit? Maybe. No. I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Give it to me. Let me pick holes in it right away. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. I thought my game froze. For a second because he just stared me in the eye. Okay, hold on. Let me save quickly. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the dome, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. What? Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Okay. Toss the gun out of the peephole? This is quite extraordinary testimony. There are like 3 things I'm curious about. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Nora. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced to tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. I love this theme. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Oh? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. Oh, so here's to true science. Not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. You love him. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. The VOD, you can check the VOD while I'm streaming as well, if that's ever something you're interested in doing, Ron. Not saying you have to do it right now, obviously, but you can, like, the VOD's available, even whilst I'm live. Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission? It's been the case on Twitch as long as I've been streaming. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Jenny's coat. If they tested with their chemicals... Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. Purple. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. Yeah. Yeah. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the... prosecution. Overruled. Yeah, me too, Esper. I always find myself wondering. Hey, Citrica. Yeah, you caught the last act, the final act. It's been a thing for a while, yeah. It's been at least for a couple of years, I think. Welcome in, Citrica, and I think we might be able to finish this. We'll try our best. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with a cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. How does Graydon know about the blood? No clue. Well, I suspect it would have something that would implicate him. It's a little fishy. Okay. Now or never. Give me stuff to the moment of the shooting. Okay, so there was this. I think this was okay. This is okay. This seems alright. This one's maybe. And then this is important. So you toss... This one's weird. I don't get this part. Why'd you pick it up and leave?
Hold it!
Oh, you got us right on time then, Citrica. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out the room. That's right. After the broker fell through the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor onto my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So noble. Look at this guy. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We've made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? You little toe rag! Whoa! What? Please, what is going on here?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. You little toe rag. Yeah, Ringo was amazing there, side-eyeing the camera. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this dude's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why in the blaze, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down at the station? Gregson, buddy. And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it, or that flamin' peephole in the door. Y'all seeing this? That screenshot with Ringo there is just perfect. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He doesn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Okay. What you're feeling. As much as I hate to admit it... Okay, yeah. We have to break it down quickly. It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Ginny's coat. Yes, that, exactly. He definitely knew it was there. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Because their name is Von Karma. Yeah, it's interesting to me as well, Pro Pinkest. Okay, so I wanted to press the fourth one. No, let's press the 5th one.
Hold it!
All over her? Thank you for the follow, Victor. Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believed? Ringo and Nash was scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in my life. Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Yeah, they carry a gun, they shot Herlock. What do you mean when you say you were near the... Oh, wait, no. Yes, they did. The entrance to the shop. I was in the doorway running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Out of context, this exchange about all over her and saw through the people. Oh. Oh boy. I love the JoJo poses, Sudaya. I went for Nash, then Ringo went in. It took the two of them to... Okay. Not sure how to approach this one.
Hold it!
See ya, Astro Jellyfish. Thank you very much. Have a great time at work. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. Yeah. Third gun.
Objection!
No other gun was found at the scene, so Gina couldn't have had one. Calm yourself, Counsel. Consider the events in order. The broker and the girl were glaring at each other, but then the broker turned to run, and it was at that moment she shot him in the back. Okay. Oh! I'm glad you're enjoying it, Esper. Yasu's great. Yasu's amazing.
Hold it!
Oh, awesome, Ron. I'll take a look at it after. That's the moment you were shot. I didn't realize what happened. Okay. Did he intend to shoot you? I don't think he noticed I was there. It didn't strike home. This might be one of those where I just have to press everything.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? Wait, what are they doing anything weird? No. Okay. That's a huge peephole. That's a doggy flap. I looked. Oh yeah, he looked through it himself. What about you? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? No? They didn't see it. I don't know how to approach this. Oh. My lord? Oh no. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the result of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Okay. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. See, what did I tell you?
Objection.
The spin, the style. No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton, so the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, the man, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. What should I eat for lunch? What are your choices? Actually, my dead boyfriend/mentor speaks to me all the time. This is true. It's Ace Attorney, after all. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Piroshki to a starving boy, and he ran away crying. Literally anything? Chicken linguine amatriciana. Literally anything? Fantastic pasta. Rosé sauce, mushrooms, peppers. Something Italian. Something Italian, Andres. How could you say that? Sorry, I didn't read. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How could you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. Pies or patty? Oh, okay. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Thank you for the hydrate, Soul Samurai. My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, if you please. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now? Sir.
Guilty.
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 I'd have to go to Olive Garden,
Guilty.
Uber Eats it,
Guilty.
or DoorDash. Okay. Anything? Wait, did I just lose? Did I just actually lose? Okay. Okay, Andres, get ramen. Get ramen. They've reached a unanimous verdict. I can't tell if you guys are joking or not. I might get ramen later today. I think I will, actually, for dinner. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? Oh my god. It's not a game over, folks. It's not a game over. Extra bamboo shoots and an egg. Oh, bamboo shoots, hell yeah. Egg, especially if seasoned. Okay. How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree? Mr. Naruhodo. Officer. This game is peak fiction. This game is just peak. You deliver the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry, the voice crack. That scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes! What? What is the meaning of this? Order! What business do you have here, detective? Oh, Van Zeeks right now is fanboying the hell. The last I heard you were recuperating in a hospital. Oh god, I need to get your autograph. As well as I would be had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Oh my god, all the kings are here. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? Is this legal? Of course it is. Anything's legal for Herlock Sholmes. I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? Yeah, where's Susato? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already... Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. King. King. Very well. You have 5 minutes. Look at him. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear that even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Are you alright? Of course not. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her last instructions when she asked me to do this in her favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. What is this new song? At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Ooh. Oh, what is this? It's the machine I made. The cat flap thing? Cat flap on that. Yeah, Susato and Kazuma supporting him when they're not there? Oh, I love it. The strings! What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. That's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Shones? That night when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapomat that night? But why? Okay. It opens the flaps. Time's up. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? Remember when you said it? Nora, please don't hint at things like that. Please, just let me figure it out on my own. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? I need to be careful. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... I guess... Yeah, further cross-examination, because we have evidence now to dispute something. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Ah, he interrupted! He interrupted, he didn't... It's still going on. It's suspended. Nobody can say anything then. If Runo has to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. Genius. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of those proceedings. Therefore... Okay, one opportunity. Okay. You must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it? Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, the stakes. Okay. Whatever you say, Andres. Whatever fills your tummy. A single chance to present evidence? Thank you, Soul Samurai. Thank you, Lupin. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Believe in the Kazuma that believes in you. I do. You will not press the witness any further. Okay. Okay, no pressing. I just have to contradict. Okay. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. It's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Thank you, Horns fan. Mr. Sholmes! This dramatic ass. He's fine. He's fine. Herlock is so easily the best character in all of Ace Attorney. Speak it! Speak it into existence. To stand so unsouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Nappy time. Are you fully prepared, counsel? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the outcome of the trial. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. So I imagine the evidence to contradict is going to be what Susato gave us. Oh, what is this? Thank you, Nora. What is this? Okay. Okay, let me see. I need to see my court record. But let me just read this first. Okay. So there are a couple of mentions of the people. What exactly does this do? A compact machine for the rapid creation of smaller flaps and larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. Let's examine this. Can I not examine? Oh, right here. Whoa, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say it like what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flap-o-mat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Hey, Tompiet. Yes, I absolutely am. Starting it right after I finish this one. Okay. Okay. She tossed the gun out at the people. Sarah needs to take care of herself? Sarah, you need to take care of yourself. Please take care of yourself. Cool, Tompiet. That'll be really awesome if you're able to make it out. I've heard Great Ace Attorney 2 is really good. Okay, so this was clearly created for the people. Cats can come and go. But does it work that way? Does it... Can you toss things out? Okay, wait, I didn't mean to do this. How did she manage to sneak off with this? Oh, maybe I do need this info without me noticing. What possible reason could Susato-san have had to use this contraption in that time? Could it be that what she did with the cat flapple-mat completely changes one of the key premises this testimony is based on? Oh, I didn't know that, Kay. Interesting. No, I didn't think about the nature of the people at all, Weaver. Aside from that thing I said about it looking like a dog flap. Okay, Okay, so I think I know what I have to do. I have to present it to this one? I could see him through the people in the door. Or, I think the fifth one? Or sixth one. So I picked it up. She tossed it outside the people. I have to present it to one of these two, because they mentioned the people. But I don't know exactly what she changed. Something about this is impossible, but I don't know what. Like, I know the answer, but I don't know why it's right. I must be missing something about the functionality of what the cat flapple-mat can even do. It creates flaps and large doors to allow them to come and go freely. I mean, why does that contradict? Was it just not there at all? Did she create it? Sounds good, Dave. I think I'm forgetting something about the night of the murder. Ryu looked through it, right? Damn, I don't remember what I'm forgetting. I wish there was a way to recheck details about the night of the murder. I know the answer. I don't know why it's right. Do you have evidence that could show the night of the murder to you? I remember Ryu looked through. I don't know. That's annoying, though. I wish I knew why that was the answer. Could someone tell me something vague that I'm forgetting about the night of the murder? Because I know the answer, but I think I've just forgotten a detail. It's all in the evidence? Oh, okay. Recheck the photographs in the photos? Okay. 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 Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay, I got it. Thank you for being vague. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Did she just create them? Okay.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Oh, it's my cat Flap-A-Mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. Oh, we haven't heard this song today. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called... Whoa! Cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that all out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. My dude, come on. Even I noticed that, and I didn't realize the obvious what was happening there. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would be better if I described its function in another way. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank took place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. The 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Oh, it has Iris's flower motif on it. True, it does. I didn't even think that was significant at all. That is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Because you did it. You did it. How could you? Yes, how could you? What? Counsels, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism, my dude. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with, explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant. It's based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Riddled with peepholes. That's true, Bro Pinkest. That filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Is there any credence of this? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Are you gonna do something? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. Random? Well? Even more vandalism. Ah! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey! One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flap-a-mat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that the peephole has the dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this evidence, but now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There's no proof. Are those flaps canon? I imagine not. Okay. Well, we use the photo, right? Well, counsel? See ya, Soul Samurai. I think we'll be able to finish it today. Have fun at work. Have a good day. Now's the time to create your own opening and force your way through. They exist? Oh. Okay. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. There's an hour to an hour and a half left? Okay, I can't do that. No, I knew you were joking. I don't think I can do an hour and a half left. That might be too much. There's still quite a bit left? Okay. I might have to stop then, honestly. An hour? Okay. I'll go through a bit more of dialogue, and then I think I'm gonna have to cut off for today, because I can't go that long. Very long trial. Okay, Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support. Yeah, please don't tell me what happens. Just the amount of time is good to know. Is really important to know, but don't tell me what happens in that amount of time. Thank you very much, though, guys. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Next Monday's stream is going to be hella short. I'll just start the next one. Okay. Should I just stop here? Or should I present this and then stop? I'll present it. Proof that the peephole was created after the event and not before. Okay. Present the armband. Okay. Wait, so this one is... Let me examine this. That's 130, right? This one is 11? Or 1? Yeah, 1, sorry. Okay. So there we go, that's proof.
Take that!
What are you... A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Hell yeah, she is, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Okay, I think I should actually stop right here. This is a good reminder of whatever's going on in the case. Do you think? Like what we're proving here. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to, like, if there's an hour left or so, an hour and a half at a stretch, I'd finish. I'd have to give all my thoughts, do a tier list. You know, I'd rather not extend it too long for that. And I also have a couple of things to do today as well. So I think we're going to end right here. So yeah, and then I can fully enjoy the end of the game as much as possible on Monday. I'm almost tempted to switch the high Q day so I could play this on Wednesday, but I'm not going to. Okay, let me just save here. And we're gonna end off there, guys. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, I wish I could finish, but we've run out of time. It's just the best. It's just the best. It's the best thing for me to do right now. Can't believe it's almost over. Thank God there's a second one. It's interesting because this game really feels. It feels like even though the game's about to end, Ryu is still not really come into his own as he's only now coming into his own as a lawyer. It's been a very gradual development and progression for him. And I like that a lot. I wonder if the second game will be a lot of him finally being and embodying it in totality. But yes, thank you guys so much for joining me. I always have fun with these streams. They're always a joy. You guys know how much I enjoy this game, and experiencing it with you guys is tons of fun as well. Every week. So next week we will 100% finish the game, wrap it up. I'll do a tier list. I'll give probably a score, and then I think we'll have enough time to at least do a little bit of the next game as well. So that's what we'll do next Monday. Thank you guys for coming out, and 7 out of 10, not a favorite. And I'll see you guys next week, which should be super hype. Thank you guys so much. Oh, and I have a video coming out in like 45 minutes, I think. Unless I just decide to delay it. We'll see. See you guys. Many thanks.